To the Claims Committee meeting on Monday, June 1st, 2026. I would like to call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Present.
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 Here.
Is there anyone in chambers who would like to make public comment on agenda matters only? Is there anyone online?
There is no public comment online.
I would like to entertain a motion to convene to executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Madam Second.
Any comments? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes.
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 Yes, right.
All right. We are now in executive session.
Okay, rock and roll.
Make a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Okay. Councilman Chafficanty, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horan, Council President Wall.
Yes.
For the record, I want to note that Councilman Ritz is present. I also want to state for the record that motions were made in executive session. I would like to make a motion to seal the executive session minutes.
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz, Councilman Chafficanty, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horan. Yes. Council President Wall.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the May 4th, 2026 regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Chafficanty, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horan, Council President Wall.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the sealed minutes of the May 4th, 2026 executive
Motion.
session.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Chafficanty, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Horan. Yes. Council President Wall.
Yes.
May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
All in-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned and the next one will start in 15 minutes.
Sorry for the delay. And welcome to this June the 1st special city council meeting. This time I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Present.
Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Present.
Councilman Campopiano.
Present.
Councilman Bonanno.
Present.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Present.
Council President Wall.
Here, thank you. Just before we get started, we'll have a little, I'd like to do what I call a programming note, how we're gonna run the meeting this evening. First, we're gonna take public comment on docketed matters, and take public comment in the chambers, and we're gonna take public comment online. Then we'll look at amendments. At that time, we'll take a brief recess, look at various amendments that members of the council have prepared for the night, and then we're gonna tend to the rest of the agenda. Okay, so the first item on the docket we're gonna consider now is public comment on docketed matters. If you would like to make public comment, you have to certainly come right up. Step up to the microphone, state your name and your address for the record, and I'll give you 4 minutes. Just make sure it's on.
Hi, my name is Gary De Silva. I'm at 55 Mays Corn Road in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. I am the business agent for the Teamsters Union. First, I want to thank Councilman Anaha for asking me to come and speak on behalf of the Teamsters. I couldn't make it the last meetings that we had here. My daughter had a graduation and she gave commencement, so I was very busy at those times. I'd like to get this misconception out that the Teamsters Union hasn't helped during this budget crisis. The whole term doing more with less, which I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of. It's really an anti-union slogan, and I'm not really something I support. But having said that, Teamsters have been doing more with less now for the last 4 or 5 years with doing differentials, covering positions that have been closed or haven't been filled. The members have, as of right now, we have about 13 members doing differentials. So they get a small stipend, but it is saving the city hundreds of thousands of dollars right there each fiscal year. Another way we're saving money for the city is the voluntary buyouts that we just recently had. The Teamsters 9 members of the Teamsters voluntary took those voluntary buyouts, saving the city money. So even if they do rehire some of those positions back, they're starting at the beginning step at the same grade. So it's saving the city thousands of dollars there as well. And finally, I do want to mention the pension. Back in 2024, we negotiated the pension going from the legacy to the hybrid pension. And in the first 5 years alone, starting in 2025, we've saved the city by switching over $500,000 in the first 5 years. And the full 10 years, that as far as the pension does project out, over $2.4 million the city will save based on transitioning from the legacy pension to the hybrid pension. So the Teamsters have done their part these last few years in helping the city save money. They've been doing more with less for the last few years, and they'll continue to do more with less because we know there's more potential, more cuts coming along. So I just want to clear the misconception that the Teamsters haven't done enough, because I think the question is, what haven't the Teamsters done to help the city get through this budget crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak on agenda matters this evening?
Stephen Frias, 107 Garden Hills Drive. I'll be very quick and brief. A couple of weeks ago, you guys were talking about firefighter contract concessions and stuff of that nature. I just wanted to say, basically, there's a difference between concessions and deferrals. Concessions do cause savings for taxpayers. In 2009, 2010, the firefighters agreed to a concession that had 15 vacancies, and they went down from a 3% pay raise to 1%, and in the subsequent years, always 3%. The deferral is taking a cost and kicking it out to outer years. Deferrals is basically pay me more now, pay me more later instead of paying me now. I'm not a fan of deferrals. I think that's a bad policy. It caused some issues in the 1990s. All you're doing is basically pancaking costs. And if you're going to defer costs to out years, I just don't see you're going to be in a problem again in 2028 when it's an election year for mayor. And now you got to pay like double the salaries of some people. So I just want to caution you against that. Just want to tell you that right off the bat. And I wish you the best of luck this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak on agenda matter?
Debbie Flitman for Flitman, 400 Situate Avenue. And I wasn't planning to come here tonight.
Hold on one second. She's just gonna fix your microphone.
I wasn't planning on coming here, and then I decided to come, and then I said, I'm not going to say anything. And then when I parked my car, I dug through my bag and I said, well, you know, I had something to say. And it was my notes from May 13th. And I wanted to just to let everybody know how I feel about what's been going on. The issue before us is very serious. I feel like the issue before us is not Democratic or a Republican issue. The issue before us is a moral, ethical, and budget accountability issue. The conduct that we have witnessed demonstrates that our current mayor is neither ethical nor guided by the moral values that many residents expect from public leadership, and certainly not mine. Public office is a privilege, it's not an entitlement. And with that privilege comes accountability, especially when it comes to how taxpayer dollars and the city budgets are managed. To date, this mayor has not sufficiently accepted responsibility for his actions, nor demonstrated the level of integrity necessary to restore public trust. Leadership requires honesty, humility, fiscal responsibility, and respect for the people you serve. With those standards, when those standards are repeatedly violated, there must be consequences. For the good of the city and in the interest of restoring confidence in local government and the city's budget process, I believe the mayor should step down in disgrace and be held fully accountable for his conduct. And to the members of the Cranston City Council, and I know it's a very difficult seat that you all sit in, and sometimes it feels very thankless, but I do appreciate your effort. However, I feel like I need to say shame on you. And shame on you for not looking closer, for not asking the hard questions of this administration and its budget priorities over the last 2 years. Oversight is part of your responsibility to the people of this city. I feel like you can do better, and residents of Cranston expect you to do better.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to speak on agenda matters? I see none at this time. Tom, is anyone online who'd like to speak on agenda matters this evening?
There is no public comment online.
Okay, thank you, Tom. This time, we're gonna close public comment. The next item of business is amendments to the revised 2026, 2027 proposed budget. This will be time for the consideration of amendments to the revised FY 2026-27 proposed budget, including but not limited to all expenditures and revenues and any and all department and line items thereof. At this time, the members of the council are going to take a brief recess so we can consider the various agenda amendments, and then we'll reconvene. So we're going to take a brief recess for that matter. It won't be too long. Please. All right, going back to item 4, amendments to the revised 2026, 2027 proposed budget. Are there any amendments for the council? Council,
No, you go first.
I believe I'm going to call on Councilman Ritz. I'll try to follow along as best I can.
Yes, I have quite a few, so I'll go slowly over here. So my first one is on page 5, line. Oh, can you hear me now? So page 5, line 42110, certified copies. Currently budgeted at 6,500. I want to raise it 1,000 to 7,500 by increasing the cost.
What does the figure come out to, Mr.?
From 6,500, raising it $1,000 to 7,500.
Mr. Igo, you have that? Okay, and next amendment. Should we vote it, would you like us to vote it as a block? Are you proposing a block of amendments?
I think it probably makes sense to vote on them as a block.
You want to vote them as a block?
Sorry, the sun is-
I know, I can't, you can hardly, hold on one second. Order the mail.
Councilman, just to clarify what you're doing here, you're not increasing additional revenue based on current costs. You're asking the finance department to increase the fee for the certified copies to get you an additional $1,000. Example, if it's $1 a copy higher because there's 1,000 copies, that's your $1,000. So this isn't making an adjustment based on you think there's going to be additional. It's increasing the cost of the copy to get you the extra $1,000, correct?
Correct, Thank you for clarifying.
So once again, we're going to do it as a block, all right?
Correct, yes, we could do it as a block. My next one would be page 9, item 49130, Harbor Master fee. Currently, it's at 5,000. I'd like to raise it 1,500 to 6,500. My thought behind that was, I know we don't have a harbor master, but if we could do a sign with a QR code saying scan here to pay the fee, I think we could increase the volume there from that change. So that one wouldn't be changing the fee, it would just installing a sign, increase the volume.
And the figure is going to go from 1,500 here in this budget to 6,500, is that what
Yeah,
I'm hearing?
from 5,000 to 6,500, so a
$5,000.
$1,500 increase.
Would you like to, is this what you would like to discuss? If there is something that you see a concern, just come up and I'll recognize. So this is a concern you have, Director Moretti?
Yes, I do have a concern. Last year, we didn't have a harbor master. Obviously, next year with the budget, we don't have a harbor master. We have to be careful, in my opinion, about trying to achieve the final goal, but we have to do it. I don't want to run into the same situation where we just aren't realistic. Mr. Igo, I believe we took in about last year without having a harbor master, I think less than $5,000. By raising it, by putting up a sign, I don't think it's, personally, I think on behalf of the administration, I don't think it's achievable. I think it's in jeopardy.
I have no problems. With a lot of these, I'm not the expert here, so it's just my thoughts, but I'm definitely open to, I don't want to create a negative impact here.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. So now you want to keep it in the budget though, so do you want to keep it at that figure or you just kind of?
Speaking with Director Strom, just for food for thought, last year's budget had $6,000 budget is we're at 4,000 in collections currently.
I think Councilman Ritz's idea of trying to find a different way to make that revenue is a good idea. Perhaps this year might be like a somewhat of a pilot on that idea. And then perhaps looks like we didn't make our budgeted amount last year at all.
And that's for 11 months. The 4,000 of collections is through May.
Perhaps, hold on. So before, it might be prudent maybe to, I mean, it's up to you. We can,
I'm fine with withdrawing that. That
Okay,
logic
we'll
makes
withdraw
sense. I
that
think
one.
maybe even you try and use the sign this year to
I think that's a
get
good
to
idea.
that number.
I think it's a good idea because we weren't getting our revenue. I'm gonna, you had a question, go ahead. Did you have your hand up or you blocking the sun? Okay, Councilwoman Graziano.
Sorry, can you say that again? So currently we have 1,500 budgeted for revenue? No,
5,000, I believe.
Fiscal-
5,000. Okay, and currently now we have 4,000. Okay, thank,
But last year's budget, so the current fiscal year, which is June 30th, 26, we had budgeted 6,000. Through 11 months, we collected 4,000.
Yep.
So the administration, based on that calculation, is reduced the projected for 27 fiscal years being 5,000 of revenue.
But Councilman Ritz has decided to withdraw that. I think it's a good idea to do the sign. We may see something out of it next year. I think it's a good idea.
Sure.
Oh, yes, Councilman Bernard. I'll get you.
I hate to be a pain, but I'm getting confused. It doesn't take a lot these days. I would like to do these individually, if that's all right.
It might be a good idea.
Just because we can move on from one and
Right.
debate the next one, and
Yeah,
then we
we're
don't
gonna
have to
debate 'em.
remember
Yeah.
so many details all at once.
The point well noted.
Maybe I should
Um,
visit the senior center. I don't know.
Let go. Why don't we go back to your first one? So if you could restate the first one,
Sure.
we'll take a vote on that. We'll take a motion, second, discussion, and that. So if you restate the first one, just for my recollection.
So the first one was on page 5.
Yep.
Line 42110.
Yep.
Certified copies. Currently budgeted at 6,500, raising it $1,000 to 7,500.
We're gonna
Motion
change
moved. So moved.
Second.
Second. And we're gonna change the fees, and that's what's gonna increase that. All right?
Yes.
So
Yep,
motion
as-
made and seconded. What discussion do we have?
So, thank you, sorry. The perfect copy fees are set all over state statutes. So, 20, Rhode Island General Laws 23-3-25 sets the certified copy fee for a number of records in the clerk's office, including marriage certificates, birth certificates, and whatnot. So, to the extent that you want to increase the fee, I don't think you can. To the extent you want to based upon an increase based upon a more volume, you could do that, but I don't think, there may not be a lot of room there. Increase those certified copy fees.
Well, I mean, we're only going up 1,000, so I can rely on maybe
Well,
the
volume.
volume.
You don't
Yep,
care where
we'll
it
do
comes
volume.
from.
Yep.
And to the extent that the administration will touch on it.
We also may want to consider this before I go on. As you see, Director Anzuli is once again sitting in for the city clerk. Our city clerk's office right now is, as many people know, decimated. We're down 3 positions and we have someone out on sick leave. The ability of our city clerks, unfortunately, I hate to say it, the ability of our city clerk's office to keep up with this line item, it's going to be a challenge to say the least. So this may be, not to be a killjoy, this also may be one that we want to be a little bit more discreet on. There has been a motion, there is a second, so. Yeah, we're still in discussion. Councilman Andujar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Ritz, I think it's a fantastic idea. I'll support you 100%. I believe that it's a temporary thing right now with our clerk's office, but I feel that people are having more babies and people are going to be visiting that office more. So I'm with you 1,000%, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Trafficani? No? Oh, I thought you had some. Any other discussion? I see none. All right, would clerk please take the roll on this?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan, Council President Wall.
Yes. All right. Councilman Ritz, your next amendment.
Page 6, code 42176, solar permits. They had 100,000. To increase that slightly by $5,000 to 105,000.
So moved.
Second,
Second. All right, well, before I take discussion, I'm gonna ask Councilman Videcchio. I'm not Councilman,
Please,
Solicitor Videcchio.
don't do that.
I'll do my best not to.
So, myself and Attorney Marcello, have been doing on the fly, we've been trying to, research these fees. Most of these fees, as, he just noted, are controlled by state statute. Now, solar, from what I understand, and, you know, I haven't had an inordinate amount of time to research it, but solar fees permit fees are treated the way any other building permit fees are treated, it seems. They're based on the value of the project or the value of the panel, so on and so forth. That is set by state statute. Unfortunately, we cannot exceed that. I don't know what the formula is. All I know is that it's value-driven, value-based. So I don't think that, I think this could violate state law, but I just don't know. Again, I don't know if this is volume driven or if this is, you know, if you're looking to, you know, increase this on a strictly monetary basis as to what we charge, because that is controlled by the state building code and set by the state.
Interesting. Any discussion? I see, Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've been looking into this and I think the city solicitor, he did let me know this a few moments ago. So the question I don't think we're asking, we understand that it's a percentage of the cost of the project, which is just like other building permit fees, which are set. I think what Councilman Ritz is saying is this year we're projected at $100,000. I think we're hoping that we could squeeze out 105 next year. That was the point. We're not going to raise the fees.
That's very similar to the previous. I just want to make it, we just want to make it clear when we say increase, that we're not increasing the rates that are set by the state, that's all.
Yeah, through the council president.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, we went back and forth if we thought, because if you look at the fees over the past 5 years, I mean, it toggles. There was obviously a boom for a period of time where we were making $300,000, 200, but it seems to be decreasing. So we talked about, should we do 10? Should we do 20? Where do we think we're at, especially seemingly we're moving towards maybe more solar, more electric, because we don't want to be dependent on foreign oil. So I'm thinking the $5,000 is probably us playing it safe, because we don't want to be in catastrophe at 10 or 20.
Mr. Boyer. All right, Director Moretti.
This one too, I think it was a stretch to be at 100,000. As we know, solar is on the decline for whatever reasons. Back in, it was roughly around 1,000, 298,000 in 2022. 23, it dropped by about 50,000 to 248. In 24, it dropped by about 90,000 down to about 155,000. In 2025, it was 123,000. And again, that dropping down, we're expecting about 100,000 now. So the trend is down. I would probably expect the trend to be below $100,000. I think 100,000 is pushing it to go higher. I think it's possibly false expectation. Again, the administration has to disagree with this respectfully, just because of the trends. If we keep this trend to be about 80,000, just by that trend alone, I don't know what's going to turn around to improve it.
Thank you, Director. For the comments. Councilman Bernal.
thank you. I would like to know, everybody probably would like to know where we are this year and what the percentage is. I know you kind of said it in a broad stroke, but
It's about 98,000.
okay.
Director,
Yeah,
if you
we
would
just-
repeat what you just said,
Yeah.
because you went out.
We're about 98, we're projecting about 98,000 for the 11 months. We're going to have probably about 103 for this year. Given the trend down $20,000 from last year, 123, given those other numbers down 20 and $50,000, I don't expect to curve up. The finance department doesn't expect that. So again, we admire what you're trying to do. And we all want to restore as much money to the schools and the senior center, but at the same time, we don't want to fall into the same situation we just came out of. And
Thanks.
we're gonna be short in this year's budget.
That's all I had, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on this amendment.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Councilman Ritz, your next amendment.
Page 11, 52216, the grant writer, currently at 48,000. I'd like to reduce that by 15,000.
Is there a motion?
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Motion made in second. Discussion?
I'm sorry, can you repeat to 33 would be the new allocation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
No discuss, do I see a hand? See no hands. I do see a hand. Councilman Campopiano.
Is this a reduction in salary?
Yes.
Is there a contract?
The grant writer is appointed by the council.
And there's no contract.
No comment. Okay. Any other discussion? Director Moretti?
Just quick, I believe it's up to the council with the number, but I can't say enough good things about the grant writer. She saved us multi-millions of dollars over the years. She continues to do the same to the tune of $1 to $2 million a year for that salary, whatever you determine that she should have. My only word of caution would be, could you lose this individual by decreasing her pay? We'll leave that to your judgment. But I do want to mention that she does a phenomenal job, and we don't have any grant writer on staff here. And I don't know if you want to take that risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Council Vice President Haroyan.
I just do want to speak. The grant writer does do fabulous work, and she did bring over 8 million, or the city did. But when every department was also interviewed, every department also worked on their own grants. It was a combined effort. And the city's in tough times right now. I think a lot of people are taking a little less. We hope to retain her. And in the future, hopefully we can go back up when the financial situation is better in the city.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of getting money for municipalities, especially when it's free, if it's free. I'm sort of the mindset, I'm gonna be honest, like I'm around 8, like reducing it from 48 to 40. I'll just throw that out onto the table, and I know I can put forth an amendment, but that's kind of what, I don't know. I sort of agree with Director Moretti. I don't know that I wanna lose the person if she actually has been bringing in this lot of fund.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Andujar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I think I met her on the fly once, and I've been here 2 years. So I agree with Councilman Ritz, and I also agree with Councilwoman Haroyan. I feel that if this person wants to work, it should be more of a per diem and not a salary, or a contract. So I am in full support with you, Councilman Ritz.
Thank you. I'll weigh in on this matter. Listen, I certainly think the grant writer does a great job. And unfortunately, just about everyone that came before me, not to disagree with anyone, almost everyone that came before me that we had to make cuts to, I thought they were doing a great job as well. We're in a tough situation. We're here on June 1st, the budget that should have been in weeks ago. This is an extraordinary situation, so I'm going to be in favor of this amendment. And I say that with no happiness at all. Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. Maybe she can find a grant, 15 grand, give herself some salary back. Worth an idea. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there any other comments in discussion? Councilman Trafficante.
I'm not trying to demean the worth of our grant writer, but
every single administrator on the city side of the budget is taking a hit in their salaries. We're in tough times right now. We're in a crisis, therefore, everyone should participate. So I'm in favor of this cut.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments, discussion? All right, there being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
No.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes,
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campbell Piano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Okay, that motion carries. Councilman Ritz?
Page 11, 52004, department expenses. It's currently at 24,200. I wanted to reduce it by $1,000 to 23,200.
So moved.
Can-
Second, but could you just, yeah, I just gotta find it. Hold on before.
Page 14,
14. All right. I was on the wrong-
52, I'm sorry, I apologize. Page 11, 52004, department expense.
It's under the city council. Yeah.
From 24,200 to 23,200, reducing it by $1,000.
Reducing it by 1,000. All right, there's a motion and there's a second. Any discussion? See none. No discussion. You guys have something to say, or you getting ready to say something here? Okay, we're all set. I just didn't want, okay, thank you so much. All right, if there's no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
yes,
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campbell Piano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. Councilman Ritz, floor is yours once again.
Page 14, 52934, telephone, from 150,000, reducing it by 2,000 to 148,000, which is what the sum was last year, so just level funding it.
Could you just restate it again for me? I'm sorry.
Page 14,
Yeah,
52934, telephone,
yeah.
currently budgeted 150,000, reducing it by 2,000 to 148,000.
148, so 2,000.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion. See none. No discussion there. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
yes,
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campbell Piano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. Once again, Councilman Ritz, floor is yours.
Page 15,
15.
53110, computer maintenance, currently budgeted at 142,000, reducing it by 2,000 to 140,000. Page 15, 53110, computer maintenance.
Hold on one second before I take any more.
Councilman, when you read the expense categories prior to that, can you give us the department? Because a lot of the expense categories on that page are the same. So I know that the previous one was technology. Which department is the current one you're asking us
Telephone. The other
for?
one was telephone.
Telephone, I'm sorry, but the department was technology, computer and
Okay, yeah.
technology.
So just restate the number, we'll be able to find it. 15, yeah,
53110.
52934.
Yep. That was in the, the 52934 was page 14, Department 116, Technology, Computer and Technology. That was the previous one, correct?
That's telephone, yeah.
Telephone, but the department is
Division,
technology.
Yeah, division. Five, 3, 1, 1, 0.
And I'm assuming that's in Department 1201, Fire Alarm.
Five, 3, 1, 1, 0, yeah.
So that's that can't be right. It's not under fire alarm.
That shouldn't be it.
Fi-
53111.
All right. Well, we said 53110, so that's why I'm
Yeah,
confused.
That's what's on your
Okay, thank
sheet.
you.
I see it. So that's in fire alarm, right? 53111, computer maintenance and repairs. You wanted to reduce it by $2,000. Correct. Does that sound about
So
right?
moved.
Second,
Discussion. Councilwoman Graziano.
By $3,000? $2,000?
$2,000.
Is anyone from the fire department here? I'm sorry, I can't see. I have a question. So, am I allowed to ask?
Someone wants to answer it, certainly.
So it looks like, sorry, so they want to reduce it by 3,000. So let me just go over the
2,000.
past 2,000, sorry, thank you. Can I go over the past budgets? So 2025, it was 125,000 and change. 2026, it was 112, and now it's back up to 142. Okay. Is it possible to go back to 125?
And I don't have
Could
that
you,
budget in front of me.
before you
That's-
answer, could you just state your name and your position for the record?
I'm in the cap, Deputy Chief, Cranston Fire Department,
Thank you.
Fire Prevention. So that's the fire alarm division.
Yeah.
But I know that part of that is for them replacing the computers for fire alarm, which are over 10 years old. So I don't know how much you can even stretch that budget.
So you had 112 last year. Do we know, can we get a number on that? What did? Yeah, yes, please. Thank you. Through the council president, sorry.
No, we'll have to wait. That's a good question.
You know, it's like every computer, they have a shelf life. So we're starting where we can't update stuff in fire alarm. So we can't communicate with certain divisions because of that. And it's getting worse and worse as time goes on. So that's part of the replacement of the computers in fire alarm, which are 10 years, a little over 10 years old.
Through the council president, do you have, you replace them every 3 years and this is a bad year, or like, do you have any of that information or no? Because, okay.
Sorry. Yeah. And when we had our budget hearings, that was discussed about trying to reduce it. But based on our discussion, they felt it was imperative that we raise it because of the cost of the maintenance and the repairs for this liner.
Okay,
That's
so
why
like,
we upped it.
so cool. Can we raise it? Can we still reduce it by 10? And that's still up 20,000.
That's,
And like I said, I know that part of that is because they have to replace all the computers in fire alarm. So I think they have a tight budget. And Mr. Strom would know better than me because he was sitting on some of those talks.
yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
just know that replacing those computers and keeping them up is gonna be costly.
I mean, that was part of our discussion during budget hearings, you know, each department, and they didn't feel it made sense to not increase it.
All right, well, I'm throwing the information out there. You guys all have the numbers.
All
I-
right,
I'm
so
into a
no,
little
I
bit
mean,
more.
right now, the amendment is 2,000, not 10. It's just 2,000, but for you, I know you're trying to stretch the envelope, I get it. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna take Councilman Bonanno, Councilman Anderhock, and then we'll come all the way around to Councilman Ritz.
Thank you.
Deputy.
I think I'm okay with 2,000. I mean, you know, we can replace perhaps 9 computers instead of 10 or whatever it is. I mean, I'm okay with 2,000 being taken off. Because, you know, it's going less than that with all respect to Councilwoman Graziano. I know we're all in the same boat here. We're all trying to figure out what we can do to get it done. Public safety is a big one, as we know. And if they have 3,000 left to, excuse me, if they have 9,000 left, it sounds like use 2,000. Go right up to the end. You know, use it if it's left this year. So next year, you know, you won't be in a pickle. I mean, 2,000, I'm okay with 2,000. To go less than that, I would start to get nervous. So that's just my opinion on it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Anderhock.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Ritz, I'm always wary that, you know, we're touching public safety and, you know, I would hate that, you know, a 911 call doesn't get answered because of this. I'm fine with the 2,000, but going forward, please caution on public safety issues.
Yeah.
And this wouldn't happen if we didn't have our hands tied behind our back. So thank you. Thank you for doing
Certainly
this.
not. I'm gonna go right around. I see Council Vice President.
As someone that had a house fire and had to call 911 and be transferred over to Cranston Fire in 2020, I'll vote yes for this tonight for the 2,000 because of the financial situation we are in. But I don't think we can go higher than the 2,000 right now. And hopefully in the future, we can get back the money that we need to them. This could make a difference in the rescue, the fire truck getting to somebody's house. If it ends up being that 2,000 is causing a big dilemma in your department, please come to us and let us know.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Ritz.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of small cuts, but I was looking for small cuts here to get back to some things that, like the stamps, we cut the 5,000, they're already predicted over budget. So I was looking for many small cuts to kind of fill that. And then I know I heard indirectly with the playground cuts we made, some of the camps might have to be closed. So I was looking for small amounts to get up to that. So just so you know, but no, of course, we never justify public safety. If we went over budget, it'd be understandable that we were just trying to be overly tight this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. If I see no other comments, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campo Piano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Motion carries. Councilman Ritz. The auditor has the next.
I thought he might have something to say, sorry.
Oh,
The next
Well-
one, open to the administration's thoughts on the next two that I have, but page 19,
hold on. Go slow because we're
Sorry,
getting
yeah.
lost on you.
page 19,
19.
55004. Pool
550.
maintenance,
55004.
pool maintenance budgeted at $10,000. I wanted to reduce it by 2,500 to 7,500. I didn't know if there was any opportunity to maybe shorten it an hour each day or any small changes there that could shorten that one. The other one I had, I can just mention, that was pool supplies. I know the administration, that was my thought there. If that's gonna create a big problem, I'm open to that too. I didn't know your thoughts.
So you want to get comments on the first one, Director,
Sure.
you're going to answer regarding the phone, the pool maintenance. So just so the director knows, the line is
55004 pool maintenance, currently budgeted at 10,000. I didn't know if we could cut that down a little by 2,500, making it 7,500.
5500. Trying to see it myself. Let's see. So it's at $10,000. You want to take it to
7,500, reduce it by 2,500.
by 2,500?
Well,
Director, what's your thoughts on this?
I know that Mr. Piscopello was as tight as he could be. I could say this, but Mr. Councilman Ritz offered, if we could reduce pool hours as such to cover for that, we could probably reduce pool hours. If we don't have the money to able to save, we could reduce pool hours. We'll save some money there. So we could cut back on that if we need to.
Okay, you say, we're going to go back anyway. Do you want to ask a question before we?
The other one, I was wondering if we could do a reduction in the line is pool supplies. It's budgeted at 35,000. I wanted to see if we could take that down 5,000 to $30,000. Kind of the same mindset there.
Frankly, I don't recall all the items that made that up, but I know the scrutiny that he went under, that we didn't see any money extra. But if it means to reducing hours or reducing operations, we could do that to come into the number you want.
That's $5,000?
5,000.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback. So let's go back to.
Yep, I can read through
the first one was pool maintenance and repairs. It
Yep.
was an amendment that was equivalent to $2,500.
Correct. Yep, from 10,000 to 7,500, reducing it by $2,500. Okay.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and seconded. I'm going to take the council vice president first, and I'm going to go around.
I have some questions for administration, if he could come up
On the pool, on this.
on the pool.
All right.
The pool budget, was that figured on the pool open July And when is the actual opening date for the pool?
Yeah, it was based, I believe, on July, however the calendar goes, it was just after the 4th. I don't know if it's the 5th, 6th, but that's,
I saw online the pool wasn't opening till the end of July.
I'm not aware
Now,
of that.
what is the opening date for the pool?
It's the Monday or the Tuesday, the 6th. That's after-
6th?
It's after
Okay.
the 4th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on pool maintenance? I'm gonna go all the way around. I see Councilman Andahar. I'll get to, yep.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just please keep in mind, everyone, that during summer hours, when the temperature hits above 90, there are extended hours. So I don't know how that's going to work with going in the red, because we have to stay open due to the statewide mandate.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. I'm just concerned of that's 25% of that budget. That's a lot of that budget. I don't know if anybody open to even 2,000, or we really don't have a history right now of what it's gonna cost.
I get you. Councilman Misery.
What exactly entails with pool maintenance? Anyone answer that question?
Director, that probably will be out of your skill set, right? Am I, Director? You're gonna check. We'll wait. So we're not really sure what exactly entitled. Okay, that's an honest answer. It's an honest answer. And I don't think anybody's here from Public Works, so we're not gonna get an answer to that question today. I'm gonna get Councilman Andahar as well. Councilman Andahar, you're the only one who's got the hand.
Well, as someone that used to work at a pool, and it was Zucolo Recreation in Providence, pool maintenance and pool supply go hand in hand. So it's your ladders, the bolts, all that stuff, the chlorine, the tablets. Councilman Ritz on the next one wants to get rid of the red dye if you pee in the pool. So that all goes hand in hand. So that's my opinion. So I hope I answered everybody's question.
Thank you for that insight. We needed some of that. All right, any other discussion on this matter? So we're looking at first the pool maintenance. I see none. There was a motion made and seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
No.
Council President Wall.
Yes. All right, the next one,
All right,
you want to
Mike.
restate it, full supplies?
Yep, pool supplies, so page 19, 55005, pool supplies. Currently budgeted at 35,000, reducing it by 5,000 to $30,000.
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on this item. Councilman Andahar.
Just think of red circles, people. Red circles.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? I see none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
No.
Councilman Campopiano,
No.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
No.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes,
That's a
Councilman
question of
Trafficante.
administration.
Okay. Please, Director.
Anthony,
Yes, I motion.
I know the pool is a lot smaller than the original Olympic sized pool we had in the past. I realize the pool that's constructed is a lot smaller than the Olympic sized pool we had in the past. So what are these numbers based upon? Previous pool operation or the new operation, the smaller pool?
Yeah, good question. It's a new operation. Mr. Piscopello, we're fortunate, has experience with the pools in Providence. So he very much knows very recently what the cost to operate of pools are, those sizes, that, and he speaks with pool people, but no, it's specific to the size of this pool, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ritz, once again, the floor is yours.
Last one, page 43,
43?
Department, it's 1306. Clean City
2306.
Coordinator.
Hold on. Say again.
Clean City Coordinator. Salary of $47,062. I'm asking to eliminate that position. Just a line item, excuse me.
Can I make sure I know which line item? We're on page 43.
1306, Clean City Coordinator,
In city court,
$47,062. Eliminate that line item.
$47,062. Okay. Yes, order to the mail.
Councilman, so along with that line item, there's other expenditures to go along with it. So if you're going to eliminate the position, there's also 4 other line items that have to be eliminated along with it. I have them here. So that would be Department 1306, refuse removal. Expense category 15300, payroll taxes, be reduced from $4,024 to 0. Again, Department 1306, line item 51301, pension, be reduced from $4,772 to 0. Again, Department 1306, line item 51302, hospitalization, be reduced from 5533 to 0. And finally, Group 1306, line item 51304, life insurance would be reduced from $192 to 0. To simplify it, Director Igo, the total expenditure reduction in that category would be $61,583.
$61,583. Okay. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? No, I'm gonna get you, Councilman Campion. I always go around to you last.
Thank you, Council President. I know this line item was eliminated in the original budget and then it was brought back. I don't know if I'm in favor of completely removing it. Maybe if we reduced it to 12,000, so if some duties are required, someone can get a differential and still perform some of those duties. As far as some of the duties, I understand it's repairing of the bins and the wheels, and I'm willing to do that. If there are wheels in stock in the city and I got to go out and put a wheel or something on, I can do that to help out. So
Do we have to
I'm
pay you?
thinking, what's that?
Are we gonna pay you?
No.
All right, perfect.
You're not paying me. I'll do it.
Excellent.
But I think we should leave something in it so that if some of these duties need to be in a liaison between the city and waste management to make calls or something, at least they'll be done. It won't be completely decimated. I don't know if anybody is willing to go that far, but that's what I have.
Let's go right around. Councilman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to thank Joe DiCarlo for his service to the city. I believe he just retired and now we have somebody in there new, Mr. Cardulo or something, but this is a really important position. This is the liaison that, basically takes our calls or the administration's calls. So, I really want you to think about this one. This is going to be a tough one for me, but if that's what you're aiming for, then, I'll fully support it. But I mean, this is a really important position.
Councilman Bonanno.
So I guess I just have a question. I'm in favor of the idea. I just there's still a job function to coordinate trash cans to be repaired. So I guess I have a question. Who's gonna do that?
I guess that would be a question for the administration.
Right.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Okay, to answer your question, it would probably be Director Correa would be doing that. He stretched, realized we have eliminated a supervisor of building maintenance, so he's going to also be the supervisor of building maintenance. He's the chief engineer for the city. In terms of staff, he probably has other than highway and fleet maintenance, in terms of support, administrative support. He has the traffic safety engineer, called engineer. Then he has a sewer department folks, which is different. So it would be Director Correa if he stays on. And do have to mention that, you know, there's always been a rat problem in the city, and not just city, but others. This is the lead person taking care of trash cans and you know, enforcement, or I should say notification. One of the plans that they had was to help try to beef up compliance, because we have a lot of non-compliance, which costs us a lot of money at the landfill for those folks that aren't properly disposing of recycling. That would have been an initiative he had. So it would be a loss, and it'd be a concern, particularly when it comes to trash in the city of Cranston. If you know, in terms of the proliferation of rats is possible, and thinks it's a necessary position for the reasons I just mentioned.
I have one more follow-up, and
Go ahead.
in my private conversations about a budget, I'll be very frank, you know, it came down to keep the traffic engineer, keep the clean city coordinator. Which would you rather keep? Because you're only probably gonna get one.
If I can speak on behalf of Mr. Correa, because he's the person that is directly impacted. My feeling that his opinion, if it had to be one or the other, you know, Peter against Paul, it would be not having the clean city coordinator from a technical perspective, because given the technical ability of it's a higher level position of the traffic engineer position.
I mean, and I just want to thank you, Mr. Moretti, Director Moretti. This is not an easy vote, but we're trying to spread the pain out. There's pain. There's a lot of pain. And there's a lot of pain everywhere. We're trying to spread the pain out so everybody feels it, as opposed to just a couple of departments. None of this stuff is ideal. We don't want to cut any of it, but here we are. And we have to. And I just want to, again, urge not only the public, but the public, the administration, even ourselves. I've said it in public, and I'm going to say it now again. Nobody's going to be happy with this. If we can get to a point where we can sleep decent, I think that's the best case scenario. So that's all I have to say. I mean, nobody's going to be happy. Definitely nobody's going to be thrilled. If we could just be okay for this year, and we can begin to the process of the healing next year. This year's tough, and we're making the tough decisions that we have to make. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm gonna go right around again. All right, I don't see, yeah, okay. Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, Council President. I'm gonna have a grant that Councilman Capapiano and Councilman Ritz were with me at the Resource Recovery Center, and there's a grant that we can apply for that we talked about, which is what Director Moretti was speaking about. And I do this where I work too, which is lid flipping and fining and trash education, administration, enforcement. And that is something that I'm not saying we're going to get it, but it's something that I would want our grant writer, if they stay on, to apply for. But we talked about it. I think it's $100,000, and one of your council members can correct me. It's something that I was looking to apply for. So I'm not saying we're going to get it, but it's on my public works agenda to reach out and start working on that grant and get a resolution in. So I don't know, I guess even if we get 50,000, maybe we could hire a temporary person for 1 year.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council Vice President.
I'll be in full support of voting this tonight, not to have it in the budget. As we all saw, administration took this out of the budget and then put it back in the budget for some reason. Everyone here on council is on social media, and Joe DiCarlo did an amazing job. His customer service was fabulous, but his hands were tied. The idea of this job is a great idea, but if Waste Management is unable to provide us with new lids, with new wheels, new trash barrels, we could have an intern sitting there answering the phone and filling out the paperwork. It's a tough time right now. All of us are having to make cuts. We ourselves cut the grant writer's pay, who's under city council. And I'm really in full support of this amendment tonight. I'm sorry, maybe down the road. I know that City of Warwick, I believe I saw advertised last year, was hiring summer workers to just go around and flip the lid for minimum pay. That might be something a retired person would want to do. I myself drove around my neighborhood at 4:30 a.m. 3 weeks ago on garbage day. There was 27 trash cans missing the lid. I go walking, I try to, knock on the door and say, can you request one? Can I request it for you? If the constituent is not home, they can't just go on their property. Waste management has to do better with their contract for us. I'm sorry, I'll say it. We should not have an employee doing waste management's job.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comment? Councilman Trafficante.
I don't want to see anybody lose a livelihood. But if we look through our budgetary process, we saw the Teamsters and the Laborers Union take tremendous hits in our Recreation Department and our Public Works Department. Like I said, everyone is sacrificing. So therefore, I am going to support this resolution tonight to eliminate this position. Not that I want to see anyone lose a job, but we all have to sacrifice.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to circle back to my idea about the differential and keeping 12,000 in there. Can the administration, is it possible that maybe someone in constituent affairs can, if there was a differential, to help out in this area?
Yes, well, that's a good suggestion. We'll have to reorganize and divvy things up. So to say constituent affairs can absorb some of that, possibly, yeah. But would appreciate some differential money in there, whether it be for someone to, to cover. It's going to be a stretch. The reason why it was not in the budget in the first place, we went far, and the Director Creel fought for that position back, and that was a reason for it, because of the pressure that he was feeling. Just want to explain that's why it was put back. Respectfully understand whatever your decision is, but it would be appreciated if some differential money could be available to cover for it, because people are going to be stepping up, and again, we don't have a building maintenance supervisor, so it's.
Just a question, if you don't mind, Councilman. What figure are you looking for?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna ask, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask, be honest, he's ahead of.
The councilman mentioned 15,000 would be a little bit more helpful in terms of being able, if we don't have to spend the money, we're not gonna spend the money. But to maybe divvy it up, maybe a couple of different people, a couple of responsibilities. I'm not sure if one person can take it all on, but I would say that's reasonable.
Yeah, I completely decimating the position worries me. I mean, we made the trip to waste management. We all hear the complaints about the waste and the rats and everything. To completely eliminate it, it makes me a little bit nervous. But if we can just put a little bit back into it, so at least we have the room to have some of this stuff done, I would feel more comfortable.
Councilman Andrew.
Can I get a clarification on this position and the rat position? Because I got a feeling that's two different positions, two different people.
The rodent control officer is different, correct?
Yes.
He's in the field constantly baiting, rebaiting.
And it has nothing to do with this position, correct?
Correct. It's independent.
thank
It
you.
relates in a way, but indirectly.
So with that, I'm with you, Councilman Ritz.
I mean, I do want to say what you originally said before. It is connected because the holes in the lids that are on the garbage cans, it's a feeding source. That's a lot of times what we're seeing. I get that there, and it was hard because Joe DiCarlo did repair all those, and not to use someone's name, I apologize, attorney. So you will see a difference in it, like I think you said before, it's a hard thing to take out because we're trying to go in some direction, but I worry about in the rodent area. that we're opening up a smorgasbord for these these rats to eat again.
But Mr. President, since we're in a debate, if the work's not getting done now, what's gonna change? So that's where I'm getting at. So that's why I support Councilman Ritz fully on this now with the clarification.
Councilman Bernard.
I also want to say that the immediate past Clean City Coordinator, I'm reasonably sure that he was not supposed to go out there and change the wheels. That's just something that he did.
He did.
He wasn't supposed to go out there and change the lids. That's what he did to cover for waste management, as Council Vice President Haroyan said. And I will go with you, Council Campiano, and put some of these on. But the fact of the matter remains that I almost had a heart attack over there. My head, my bald spot turned red when we were talking about garbage, because the contract with Waste Management infuriates me. It infuriates me. I wish I could have gone to the dump on that day. I had to work. I was teaching my class on a Saturday. But the contract with Waste Management and the racket that they run infuriates me. And to say that, oh, the lids aren't going to get repaired or the wheels aren't going to get repaired, that's a valid point, but it's got nothing to do with the Clean City Coordinator. It's got to do with the contract with Waste Management. So while we're talking about the Clean City Coordinator, I think that that's a good conversation to have, but Waste Management is a different conversation that needs to happen when their contract comes up. And they might be very good with carting, but they need to get better with their barrel and whatever you want to call them repairs. And for the money that the city pays, that's a demand, and that's not a nice to have. That's a need to have. So that's what I have to say about garbage again. My bald spot's getting red again.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Councilman.
I'm gonna go right around. Councilman Ritz.
Just to, I agree with Council Vice President Hararian and the fellow councilmen. I'd like to see, get them to come into the next Public Works meeting and talk to them about this problem and see if they have an intermediate solution. Maybe there's a way the council people can submit these things to them or some way to organize. But I think we got to push a little bit back on waste management. These are not easy cuts. A lot of small cuts and people losing jobs. I mean, look at the schools and senior center. I mean, we're making major cuts. The Toil Laborers Union over here. I mean, these are cuts. We're trying to get to a number to save what we can away these pieces, but it's a lot of hardship all the way around. But I think it's just we're in the downturn of the economy here, and next year we'll work to build this stuff back up. But I think it's just tough cuts everywhere. So,
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Trafficant.
I just want to make a comment. Every time we eliminate a position, somebody else has to pick up the responsibility. That's what's going to have to happen in local government. As a teacher for many years, and when we eliminated teachers, my class size increased. I had to do the job. So other people have to pick up the slacks. And I'm sure there are other people in various departments that can do that very same job. By the way, Waste Management is making millions throughout the state of Rhode Island and not only in the city of Cranston. Perhaps we should think about going every other week and save some money for the city of Cranston as well. Many communities are doing exactly that.
Thank you, Councilman. I think we've just about covered that topic. I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
No.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. So that concludes your amendments, Councilman Ritz.
So I'm all set.
Thank you for the work you put in on it. Do you have a tally for those? Is that what you got?
Currently, that is $88,083 that you can allocate to whatever you see fit, Councilman.
I wanted to allocate that. I don't have the number, but the stamps I know has been an issue. The $5,000 we're reducing the stamps, and I know we created an issue of removing the $75,000 from the Parks and Rec for the playground program. That could have jeopardized
Right.
the whole program.
So that's 80,000, right? If I heard the councilman correctly, he would like to increase group 1,400 Parks and Rec camp counselors by 75,000. That's 51201 playground attendance. Mike, got that? And he'd also like to increase Department 1117, account number 52941, postage by $5,000. That would leave you $8,083 to allocate accordingly. $8,083 left to balance that amendment.
Where do you want to put it, Councilman?
Enough room for that one. My hair across the way, Councilman Andahar had a thought.
Councilman Andahar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make some amendments and if ordered, that the mayor could please read those.
We're not finished with this one just yet. You say again, how much is left? 8,000?
$83.
Where would you like that to go? Councilman? Councilman?
So
I'll make a motion, Mr. President, to
Hold on,
split
wait,
that
wait,
between,
Hold on, that's his amendments.
Yeah.
Councilman,
I
where
was
would
gonna
you?
make the say, to split that between the schools and the senior center.
Okay, so we'll split that $8,000 in half between the school system, school department and the senior center.
excuse me, I apologize, $4,042 to the school's maintenance of effort and $4,041 to the senior center. Currently, the senior center has one line item, which has roughly been adjusted to about $1,020,000, so we'll increase that line item. And it's the same contingency that we made the amendment out to the schools. So that line item, about $1,020,000 will be increased by the $4,041.
Mr. Igo, you have that all recorded. Before I take any discussion on it, I think we should take a motion on this matter because we're gonna take a motion on the allocation of those funds as outlined by Director DeMail. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? I didn't hear a second. Second? Councilman Trafficant.
Would you clarify that one more time for me? 5,000 for stamps, what's the 70,000 for?
75 is going back to Parks and Rep Group number 51201 playground attendance. That had been reduced, so they had to limit their hours.
Somebody clarify the need for that. Somebody clarify the
one
need
second.
for like 75.
From what I understand, they reduced the programs, the summer programs, by that amount, and it would have limited the amount of kids who could go to the programs. So the director requested to have it put back so they can increase the attendance.
How much is left in that budget for councils? If you eliminate the 75, what's left?
Hold on. It's currently.
Sorry.
It's currently this year, it's over budget. This year, it's currently over budget by $73,000. Fiscal year is 6/30/26.
Why? Why is it over budget?
From what I understand, the current budget number was reduced. It was 200,000 for fiscal year 2026, and there was greater attendance.
How many councils are assigned to each playground area? How many councils are needed at each playground area?
Sorry, I don't have that number. Mr. Piscopello, if I knew this would come up, we'd have Mr. Piscopello provide the answers. I could get it, but I don't have it. I don't have that data. I believe this is tied to the revenues too, so it's not just an expense. That's more people that participate, that the revenues, I'm not sure exactly the proportions, but I know there's an offset.
Unless I can get a definitive answer, I'm not going to support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. I'm gonna go back to the differential. I would have loved to make this 60 and give them the 15 for the differential, because I really think that's important to the city. getting that, the coordinate, or someone to coordinate the trash in the city. That's all I got.
Thank you. I mean, we're still on the Parks and Rec. Yeah. go
I'm
ahead.
gonna be in full support of that. From my notes from the meeting we had with the director, those 75,000 is gonna keep the cost down for the campers, the inscription fees. It's gonna also keep the amount of campers that each supervisor is gonna have. So imagine, for realistic reasons, imagine a camper watching over 25 kids versus 10. So that's why I'm in full support of this. This is gonna be very good for my neighborhood, especially Ward 3, because that's where a lot of these campers go to, and they can't really afford paying $250 to go to summer camp.
Let me,
My opinion on the price.
and just so everybody knows, I believe, Mr. Piscatello is actually online. He's gonna be online 1 second. He can answer this. He could probably answer it with some detail for us. Just give him a second. Say again? He hasn't joined yet. Let me take a couple of comments until he joins. Just let me know when he does. If there are any other comments on this matter. Councilman Trafficani.
Councilman Andahau.
Yes, sir.
Prior to me becoming a councilman in Cranston, way before you were born, I was in charge of the playground programs under Mayor Taft. And I just want to know, before I approve or disapprove of this, I want to know how many councils are going to be assigned to how many kids. And I want to know in the past how many councils were assigned. I mean, going from 10 to 20 to 25 kids per council, it doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Mayor, reply. Mayor Trafficante, I totally agree with you. But I am voting on this because I trust Stephen Pescatello. It's just like, if you tell me you're a 2 handicap, I'll believe you're a 2 handicap. So I just want to let you know that I totally have faith in what these numbers are and what our director needs.
But
And as a recipient from camps, especially in Providence, I know the importance of kids having something to do during the summer.
All right, hold on 1 second. Before, I believe Director Piscatello is on now. Director, can you hear me? I think you might be muted. Director, you're muted right now. Director, I think he's unmuted now. Director, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Director, I'm going to ask Councilman Trafficani just to ask his questions because we were unable to get the answers before, but I think this is in your purview. Councilman Trafficani, you want to ask the director a couple of questions?
Director, you're asking for an additional 75. Is it 1,000? 75,000. You kind of explain to me why the need for that amount of money to be added to your budget.
Certainly. First, you got to go back to 2019 when the funding level for that particular line item was exactly 200,000, which was 6 years ago when minimum wage was $11. Also, take into consideration that the camp has grown over the years and there's more kids that are attending in the camp. There's 4 locations. There should be 5 because we have well over 425, 450 kids. And in order to provide a safe haven and environment for the kids that are attending the camp, you got to have at least a 1-to-9, 1-to-10 ratio of a child to the counselor. That's a safe one. We can go a little bit higher if we had to, but I wouldn't be comfortable going much higher than 1-to-11, 1-to-12 at the very most. I put in last year's budget, I put in at this particular funding level 275, and it was cut to 200. And as Auditor DeMayo said, it's pretty cut and dry that we ran $72,000 deficit because of that. So in realistic terms, what I'm asking for is basically to cover the cost of the camp, and also take into consideration that we've raised fees from the camp from $133 to $175, which is more, it's a more comfortable number. Obviously, it should be even higher. We're probably at the low end of what fees are for a summer camp. And when you factor in, we're probably going to have 50 to 80 more kids attending the camp. The revenue side is definitely going to be higher. So for all those reasons that I stated, that's the reason why that number was what it's representing.
Thank, Council Trafficant, you have another question.
No, I'm just not convinced that they need the whole 75,000. If we had to cut down some of the councilors, just do so. We have a senior center that's $700,000 short of reaching their goal. We have a school department we gave zero to, basically. They have a $4.6 million contractual obligation, and the city gave them zero. So let's be realistic here today. Everybody has to bear a burden. Every single group, from teenagers right to senior citizens.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Banana.
Through the chair to the director. Obviously, the director is advocating for the full amount, which is, I believe, the want, right? So what is the need? My question is, what's the absolute floor of what we can play with?
Well, I think the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we had a $72,000 deficit. We have a waiting list of probably 25 families right now that we cannot put into camps. Honestly, the want would be a lot higher if I could, but I'm realistic as well and understand I'm not going to get more, and nor do I envision even asking for more. So the 75 would definitely help. But again, we would just have to cut back on the numbers, and that waiting list would not be realized.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Councilman. Any other questions? Director, thank you for zooming in on this matter.
Sure.
Oh, I did. Hold on one second. I did not see Councilwoman Graziano.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to do like a million things at once, so I make sure we have all the facts. I thank the director for coming in. I just have one other question. He's still on. So last year, how many counselors to campers were there?
It was a little bit lower. It was probably in the 1-7, 1-8 ratio. And if you remember back to the budget deliberations, it was my first year. I wanted to see what was going on and how it operated, and then I would make changes to it. So I think realistically, we can go higher with that number, and go 1-10, 1-12. I think last year was, we were a little bit heavy on the counselor side.
Okay. This is a hard one for me. I hear Councilman Trafficante. I understand that. I also I'm a big advocate of supporting our youth. It's my thing. Like, I volunteer a lot, and I know that these kids need a place to go. And I know how important youth sports is, any type of recreational activities, and what happens in the summer, and that parents need the support because they have to go to work. And I think that this is a very affordable camp. I think Cranston does a great job. My kids both attended this camp. I'm grateful for the city for running it. And I'm going to advocate for our youth and our families who are struggling, because I think they need this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Before I ask you, before I forget this question, because I might have missed it the first time. You said last year your ratio was 8 campers to 1 counselor. Is that what I heard you, Director?
Yeah, it was around 1-8, and we're obviously going to raise that between 1-10 and 1-12 this year.
So you're increasing by 20% approximately, exactly around that. All right, I just wanted to know, so you are actually increasing it.
But we're increasing the number of campers and we're also generating a ton more revenue because, you know, we have 400 and something kids from 133 to 175, that difference, and then you add 80 campers. You know, the revenue side is definitely going to generate some more additional revenue.
Thank you, Director.
Mhm.
No, you're all set, Councilman? Councilman Campion.
Thank you, Council President. I'm also struggling with this, as I made it known earlier, but you only get one shot at being a kid. So I was never fortunate enough to go to camp, but the stories I hear from the kids who do go, it's quite the life memory for them. So I'll be in support of it.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I don't believe I see anything else, so I'm going to ask clerk to please call the roll on this.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
No.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Councilman Ritz. So that, you've got the allocations and the figures.
Director Igo, so when this is sent out to the council, it'll be considered one amendment, correct? One block? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, other amendments, please. There is no other amendments at this time. Director, you had something to say, I believe? Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. I guess there's two significant issues. I guess there's good news and bad news. So I asked the Council President, what do you want first? He said the good news. So that's what we'll talk about. The council did ask, and we did have negotiations, further negotiations with the fire union. And the long and the short of it was that there have been changes modifying the contracts. In fact, an MOA has been signed. An MOE, right? An MOA is between now the union in the executive branch. It's not a final document that to show the changes that to this existing contract. The union membership has ratified what I'm about to say. And so soon that MOA in the amended contract will be presented to the city council. So depending on with the council, but if given the council approval, there have been modifications for the first year of the contract that I'll say favorable financially to the city. And then there's some offsets in the out years of the contract that go the other way, if you will, in terms of pluses and minuses. But the net result on the savings is a little bit better than expected, actually, given our first blush. But we should be seeing, and Mr. Igo and Mr. Strom have confirmed these numbers, that there's I'll say a pickup in the various line items of the fire contract between salaries, related benefits involving payroll taxes and pension, along with clothing allowances and deferred holidays totaling $664,400. $664,400 to be able to be favorably, can be favorably offset elsewhere in the budget.
That's 664,400.
Yep, yes, sir.
Director, thank you. As we discussed that, and just, this is subject to the council's approval when it comes before us. I know you outlined that.
Yes,
And
for
that,
sure.
the spirit of what we've been doing the last several nights in our budget hearings was taking half the money that we found and putting it towards the senior center, and half the money putting it towards the school department. Advice of council, unfortunately, in this situation, we will not be able to do it that way. And I'll let legal explain it to me, but basically, if we put that, if it happened, that this council did not approve of this, and we put that in the school department budget, because of the way the law is written, that would be going toward their maintenance of effort. So we can't put one dime towards the school department in this matter.
That's what we're told. Yes.
Which is sad, because as Councilman Traffic Candy said, we have two very needy areas, and it's just the law. So they would have to go into a fund that would go strictly to the senior center. For that reason, we would have no choice unless I'm mistaken. Order the mail, would you, by all means?
Just as a clarification, so as Director Moretti said, we have 664,400 hours currently allocated that can be used for other expenditures in the fiscal year and budget of 6/30/27. If we were to do this currently tonight, so we could approve the budget, there would be put two contingency line items. So what that means is in a separate line item, it would be a contingency fire, and it would be a negative reduction of expenses. There'd be a contingency line item in senior services, which would be funding for additional lines in senior services. My suggestion would be, if you do make this amendment, to make it contingent on the council approving this amendment on or before June 30th. If you do not approve it, the line items will net out and it'll just revert back to what the original budget is currently. So there'd be no net effect. It would just be a reallocation of what's there. So again, the idea would be to have this, if you make the amendment tonight, the budget would be in balance. They'd be contingent line items. So again, a contingent line item that reduce fire expenditures in all those categories, a contingent line item to increase funding of the senior center. If it's approved, then it gets dispersed accordingly. If it's not approved, it just nets out to zero and reverts back to the budget as it stands.
And thank you for the explanation. I appreciate that. Director, now you wanted to go to the bad news. Yeah, are you good? Thank you.
Mr. President,
I would prefer, before anything happens, just to let him explain this part, and then we'll go back in, because we're gonna have to discuss both these items. Director?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to pass out, is it okay with permission to?
Yes, absolutely.
Pass out a spreadsheet.
Director has, thank you, Councilman Bonanno. I go. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay. Thank you. Since the last budget meeting, there was a couple of line items that we reviewed in administration, and just wanted to, just as a double check, just to make sure we don't believe we're going to be running a deficit next year. And we'd like to share with you an analysis that was put together today with Mr. Strawn, Mr. Igo, and myself, and had some discussions about fees having to do with the colonel and the IBPO about administrative fees and car fees for details. Is our recommendation that, or our belief that the revenues that were added in the budget, in the existing budget, were too aggressive. So we respectfully request the council to review these numbers. I'm sure you want to give serious thought to it. Mr. Strong, Mr. Igo's here to back that up. But just to explain the schedule I just presented. Currently, just as a little background, for all the details, there's a $20 per hour fee charged to the, I'll say, vendors, typically your utilities and others, for the use of police cars per hour of $20. And then there's an administrative fee of $5. The theory in the administrative fee was covering the cost of a person designated to assign the details. Something to note: this is an item that's in the IBPO contract that requires their authorization. There's personnel reasons attached to this. We want to point that out, that this is any changes to that would require IBPO approval, and we're in contract negotiations now. But just running a couple of scenarios. Right now, the budget for admin fees, if you want to look to the first column in the center, for 2026, the year that's closing out in 30 days from now, is $185,000. The fees for the use of the vehicles is $700,000 for a total of $885,000. For simplicity, I'll just review the total numbers rather than three numbers, which would be more confusing. So we're saying that the budget was $885,000. Year to date, through 11 months, we've collected $411,000. And if we annualize that number by putting in this another month, the annualized number is $450,000. So that's our projection as to what these fees will be in terms of revenues for the city. So basically, we're thinking this year, in 2026, we're going to be short $400,000. Frankly, this is a line item I believe that formerly the former finance director was aggressive on. And I think that's a lot of the reason for that. We don't want that mistake to happen again. So right now, the council, the budget as it exists right now with an amendment that was made, there's $850,000 in that budget. So it appears, just based on that, if we're using the results that we're expecting this year, saying that's going to be for next year, and we're saying we're going to be $400,000 short, which is a concern. Now you could say, well, perhaps there could be two variables. Well, maybe we're going to have more details and more cars. And more, and more activity. I could tell you by speaking with the folks in the brass at the police department and the members that they kind of maxed out with details now. Now, maybe we could pick up some, but we wouldn't want to go to the bank with that because we've all heard that we're calling in for other communities, and construction is probably pretty much at peak. So we're not expecting a sharp increase. Maybe there could be. We're not expecting much of an increase, counting on that. So if, again, with all things being equal, it's just the recommendation would be, based on that, is that we adjust the revenue numbers down up to $400,000. Now, if you wanted to, again, pending IBPO approval, if you want to increase fees under a scenario that's presented here, again, this is hypothetical. Don't want to jump the gun, but going from admin fees from $5 to $8, and cars from $20 to $25, that If we did that, we expect to be short about $246,000 still.
Mhm.
So with that, I think it'd be conservative and proper. The recommendation would be modifying the budget to reduce those fees by $400,000. And, or if it would be considered to increase those fees to a certain level, but again, pending approval of the IBPO. So anywhere between that 250, if the fees were to be increased, or if fees are not to be increased, the best estimate that we have coming from the finance department, the administration, again, I repeat, is we'd be projecting more like 450,000 versus 850,000.
So Director, just so, and I'm gonna go around and just one second. Director, so you're saying the more realistic figure would be the $604,000, which would leave us with the shortfall in the budget that we passed on the 28th, if I'm not mistaken, by $246,000.
That's assuming that there would be the increase in the fees, not volume, but the increase.
Just didn't
fees.
increase the fees
And
because
then,
our volume seems to be down according to your narrative that you just gave.
or yeah, so, but again, that's with the fees and the really, if the people here who have the schedule, you could see it's doing the math where the council president, they're looking for 246,000. It's basically taking the, you would be inflating the numbers of pro forma, the numbers for 2026, which are estimated to be 450, estimating that to be 604, same, given the number of hours.
I get you. All right. Before, you know, we're gonna take just a brief recess because I have to confer 1 minute. We're gonna take a brief recess, 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, you know what? Before we do that, I entertain a motion to accept Director Moretti's calculations regarding the police detail into the, without objection. We'll accept that
moved.
into the record. Thank you. All right, we're gonna take a brief recess. I do like it a little. I do like it a little bit. Director, do you want to speak before? Director, would you like to speak before Auditor DeMayo? So Auditor, we're gonna let Director Strom speak, and then I'm gonna call on you. All right. You gotta press that button, my friend. Do it.
Thank you, Council President. I just want the council to know that our revenues are really tracking low compared to some of the expenditures. And what concerns me is that there is some billings that may or may not have been done yet, but the important issue is the collection of it. So even if it's been billed, the only time it gets into the revenue line item is when it's collected. And I had a discussion with the police administration this afternoon, and they're looking into that situation as we speak, so that tomorrow I'll have a better idea if there is some collections that need to be made from billings, or if there's some billings that have to be done and then pursued for collection.
Thank you,
Okay.
Director. I do appreciate that. I'm gonna ask Auditor DeMayo to come up, and we're gonna have to take a vote on how we're gonna accept this both good and bad news into several contingency funds, subject to the council's vote. The Auditor, please.
So what I'm going to recite or explain will have to be put into a motion once everybody has an understanding. So as the administration and director already stated, the fires adjustments equate to $664,400. So the initial would be to put that $664,400 in a fire contingency fund as a reduction to various expenditures, whatever they may be, payroll taxes, pension. And then to put $464,400 in a contingency fund for the senior center. So again, once that is put in the contingency fund, they can do the allocation with the other $1.2 million to figure out what areas will be reenacted and used. After the information that was provided by the administration with reference to the adjusted to the fees and the detail car rental, the suggestion was made that we allocate $200,000 into a police contingency fund to offset the aggressiveness that was put in place for those two revenue centers. So in essence, if we go over and there's additional collections that are made with detail cars accordingly, then we'll just have additional revenue. But they felt that we wanted to adjust to compensate for that because the budget is just so tight. So in essence, it's an offset. So basically, there'll be 3 contingency funds, 1 to fire for reduction in expenditures, 1 to senior services for additional money being allocated for their departments, and the other one to offset the overstatement of the police, potential overstatement of the police revenue on details and administrative fees.
Any questions? And then we're gonna have to put this in three separate motions. So I'm gonna go to Councilman Andar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to ask the administration, when did they know about this? Because it's like the 11th hour again. We're getting thrown this and doesn't look
Yeah, Director Murray, you want to tell?
good. I mean, please tell me.
Yeah, about 4:00, 4:30 today.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director.
Again, it was evaluating, it was last review of the city council adjustments. I don't want to go there, but we did the right thing.
Councilman Banano.
Thank you. It seems as though that we paid a lot of attention to this particular issue, as we should. First of all, the fact that it was brought to us, I think, is positive. Because we don't want to make the same mistakes of overestimating our revenue to the detriment next year. So I'm happy about that. I wish there was more time, but you know, can wish in one hand and do something else in the other and see which gets filled up first. But anyhow, I also want to say that when I looked at this, and I did confer with Director Moretti and Auditor DeMayo in a corner for a moment, we took what was given to us as a 2027 as submitted by the mayor, which for those two line items did amount to 650,000. And we made adjustments that we would hope require and would get the IBPO approval and made them 850. So that's where the $200,000 sort of discrepancy came from, because the difference between the 450 and the 650 in the actualized budget for this year, the annualized budget for this year, is where the 200,000 came out. I don't think it was from our math. I think it was from their projections, which were done before they did this annualization, and we found out that we were 200,000 behind. I think that's a fair statement. So while the news isn't good, I think for once, everybody working together, finding out what the situation is better than going forward with bad information, which is what got us here in the first place. So, you know, not that nobody was attacking anybody, but I also want to elucidate that we did what we could based on the numbers we were given at the time, and now we got to do what we have to do based on the numbers given at this time before we finalize the budget. So, hopefully, as Director Strom said, this 450 isn't reality. It's only reality is what we've collected. Hopefully, there's more money out there that needs to be collected to get us closer to what we're supposed to be. But I'm comfortable with what Auditor DeMayo suggested, and putting that 200,000 aside to make sure that we can use it. I did have a question regarding the fire situation.
That would have to go to director.
It might be a legal question.
Okay, yep.
But whoever can answer it can answer it.
Anybody- yeah.
Mr. President, you had stated that we can't split that down the middle. I just don't understand why. So could somebody explain the legalities of why that is? Why it can't go to the schools and the seniors in the contingency?
I'll answer initially, then Mr. DeMayo may have. You don't know what the agreement is yet, right? We haven't seen the final agreement. And if you were to put that in there now, this council may not like the agreement. They may say that, you know, we got the savings this year, but in the out years, we can't afford it. So that's why it's contingent upon your approval. So that's one issue. The second issue is you don't really have that money until it's ratified. So you can't put it to the schools now because you don't actually have that money. So this is a unique way of doing this. I'm not suggesting that it isn't, but you can't go to the schools because you might increase their maintenance of effort, and that's what we're trying to avoid. You can't spend money that you don't have. So even though this savings is projected for this year, you don't know what the out years look like. And it may be, and I have no idea because the council has not seen it. And I'm not suggesting that it is or a deal or a bad deal. I have no idea of knowing. But the reason why we're doing a contingency because you need to protect your right to protect the taxpayers at the time when this agreement is brought before you in a full agreement.
Just with a quick follow-up, there's no mechanism to do that once, if the council passes it, there's no mechanism to split it in half.
On budget. Right? You got one shot at the budget. And this is it.
Okay.
Just from an accounting standpoint, if you did an allocation of those funds to the school department, once it's in the budget, it's in the budget, it's maintenance of effort. If that's voted down, you create a structural deficit. So there's no guarantee.
So I get that part. So tonight's the last night we can give money to the school department is what you're saying. We can't put that in the contingency, and if it passes, then we can send it over there and keep some for the senior center.
Tonight's the last night that you can give money to the school department that you have money in hand, right? Literally in your hand that you can allocate. Potential savings from a collective bargaining agreement, potential. They're not final until such time as they are ratified presented to you by the union, by the administration, ratified by the union and then approved by the council.
So, yeah, I guess what I'm having trouble understanding is if we can put it in a contingency for the senior center and use it, why can't we do that for the school department?
Because I'm sorry. Because I think you're creating a structural deficit because you're
Yeah,
getting
but that, all right, all right.
you're getting that money from potential savings from this firefighter line item, whatever that line item might be. If that money's not there, you can't, there's not there to give.
So we can't give it at the time let's say with the contingency would have passed 2 weeks from now. We can't give it then.
No.
And that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. One shot at the budget. I still don't exactly get it, but I'm gonna trust that, I know you're right. There's a lot I don't get, believe me.
I think you're right too. Because I certainly wanted to divide it right down the middle. I'm with you. So going back to, we're gonna have 3 different contingency funds. The first one, and Floyd DeMayo, make sure I say it. I'm looking for a motion to create a reduction contingency fund from the fire department line of $664,400.
Correct.
Or is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Is there any discussion? I see kind of a hand. Go ahead, ask the question.
I don't. To the 200K if we don't need it in the police contingency fund.
We haven't got to that one. Well, wait, so this is just creating that reduction contingency account. Anything on, yes, Councilman Campion.
Thank you, Council President. I don't know, is now the time to ask what the repercussions are if we go forward with this deal with the fire? I mean, how would it affect 2027 and 2028?
You don't know.
There will be a time when that's one of the reasons it doesn't belong to us yet. This council has not approved of it. The fire department has taken a vote. In good faith, they've taken a vote. We have to actually ratify it. We haven't ratified it. So kind of like Attorney Marcello said, it doesn't really exist in our budget right now. So that's why you put it in the contingency fund. It's not going to affect us. Is that about right?
The reason why it's contingency, it protects your right to say, it may not be a good deal from your perspective. And therefore, if it doesn't pass, then we're back to where we are and the budget is still balanced because it's based upon the 664 that was put in that line item.
So right now, we're voting on a placeholder if it passes.
All right. I see Councilman Ritz. I know you put it right up there. Ask the question.
Yeah. I don't even know if this, could the school department make a contingency in their budget based off our contingency in our budget?
Let me try to answer this. Once we give, and tell me if I'm correct, once we give that money, and this is the way I'm understanding it, to the school department, today we give it to them. It's part of the maintenance of effort. So if it doesn't materialize, we've created, as you said before, a structural deficit. The senior center is different because they don't have that type of thing in their law.
To offer just maybe an example, I think Director Renzulli was on council at the time. There was a proposed number the state of Rhode Island was going to give the school department, and it was $4.3 million higher than they actually had published. So at the time, I had asked for a legal opinion if the council left that money in the budget, even though it was not coming from the city council, would we be obligated to it? And the legal opinion came back that we would be. So at that time, what we did is we reduced what we were going to be funding the school department by $4.3 million. It balanced in our budget. It didn't affect them. It just protected the city because if we would have said that we were going to give them that, it basically would have been a $4.3 million structural deficit in that one period. What had happened after, because the state of Rhode Island's budget is always approved later, the number was correct and they just received the additional funds. There was a case, I think it was in West Warwick. They got together with the school committee and the city council because the school committee had a surplus. They wanted to give money back to the city. Somebody appealed it and the city couldn't take it. They had to fund back the school department because of the maintenance of effort. So it's kind of a locked in obligation. And the only reason for not splitting it is not that they don't want to give the money. You just don't know how everybody's going to perceive the information we're going to receive from the fire department. So you have to protect the city's budget and not allocate something you might not be able to afford.
Thank you, Alderman. Everybody's pretty much, I don't see any hands, not even low hands. All right, with that, I'll ask the clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. So next I'll be looking to add $464,400 to a contingency fund to go into the senior center's budget.
So
To
moved.
increase.
Second.
Motion made, motion seconded, discussion. See none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. And the wording for the last one, I just want to make sure I get it correct. And lastly, to put $200,000 in a police revenue contingency fund. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, any discussion?
Just clarify for Mr. President, why is that necessary?
That's because we're not sure of the revenue, the amount those revenues will materialize. We have to check that out first, and Order the Mayor will probably.
Based on the schedule that the administration provided, based on current year numbers, their annualization is projecting there'll be a shortfall with the car rental, detail car rentals, and the administration fee. So they brought it to light today, and considering the economic environment we're in, what we're trying to accomplish, we don't want to put it all to an area that we might be creating a structural deficit because we don't know if that revenue is going to come in. So it's just another little layer of protection if the council agrees with the fire's adjustments that would help out in the end. And just for ratification, if we do not use the 200 because the revenue is high, it will fall down to the rainy day fund per se, or the restricted fund, which would be a benefit because obviously moving forward, we need to build that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Graziano?
Okay, so same question that I asked before, mistakenly under the wrong item. What happens to the 200K if it is not required, and how do we get it to a place it needs to go?
So what it would create. So if everything is status quo and we have a balanced budget based on what's submitted, we'd have a $200,000 surplus. That surplus would go into the reserve fund or the rainy day fund.
Any other questions? That hand up again? No, I thought you had it up again. Wait, no? All right. With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. That motion carries. All right. Are there any other amendments from any members of the council? I believe we've exhausted it, but I'm just checking. With that in mind, everything's amended. Let's see. All right, so moving right along, we're gonna go to the budget adoption. The adoption of the revised budget for fiscal year, July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, as amended by the city council on May 14th, May 15th, and also this evening, June 1st. Is there a motion to approve?
Moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano.
No.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Moving right along to a resolution of the city council adopting the revised operating budget and the revised salary schedule for the general fund, the sewer fund, the ice rink, the claims committee, insurance fund, and the revised capital budget for fiscal year commencing July 1, 2026, ending June 30th, 2027, and adopting the revised capital improvement program for the 4 succeeding years. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Council President, regarding the capital budget.
Hmm.
I assume there were projects in the works regarding the capital budget. We have any say prior to them if you include.
If I recall, when we brought it up, every one of those projects should come before us, if I'm not mistaken, as they are. And Director Strine, everybody's nodding. Good, great question.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yeah, I got you. All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano,
No.
Councilman Banano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. Next, the pardon me. Entertain a motion on the revised ordinance making annual appropriations for the Cranston City Council for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, as amended. As amended.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano,
No.
Councilman Banano,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that motion carries. Next, resolution authorizing the assessment and valuations and levy of taxes and rateable real estate and tangible property taxes in the city of Cranston. This was tabled on May the 15th until June the 1st. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano,
No.
Councilman Banano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, the resolution passes. Next, we're looking at an ordinance fixing the date when taxes are assessed as of December 31st, 2025 will be due and payable, and the date when unpaid taxes will carry a penalty. This was tabled on the May the 15th until June 1st. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campapiano.
Yes.
Councilman Banano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, that ordinance passes. If I'm not mistaken, I see there is no further business before the council this evening.
May I just make a quick statement?
Absolutely, Councilman.
On behalf of the council, I want to thank the fire department for coming to the table and assisting us with our budget crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. The next one will start. You want to start right now, or you want to let them go to the bathroom, perhaps?
All right, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Safety Services and License Committee to order. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilman Ritz,
Present.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri,
Present.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Present.
Councilman Wall,
Present.
Council President Wall, my apologies.
That's okay.
Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes. I'm asking for approval of the minutes for May 4th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz, Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda, minutes from the May 20th Special Safety Service Meeting. Could I please, I'm asking for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Vaziri, Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is and on agenda items only. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on agenda items only? Mr. Murray, just please state your name and your address.
Good evening, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. Just two quick items. First, I want to thank the chairwoman. At my request, she put an item under show cause regarding the victualling license for Alexis Pizza and Pasta. I've spoken to Mr. Videcki about this since I initiated that. That entity is now in receivership, and he'll advise you, but I think at this point, you probably should not proceed while that's in receivership. So I just wanted to thank you for putting that on the agenda. The second item is just a generic comment. Tonight, you have a lot of renewals for auto repair licenses and auto body. I represent at least one of them, and a lot of these say subject to approval by tax. As far as I know, my client has paid his taxes. I think what happened was the tax collector's office could not certify that any of these entities have paid their tangible tax. So I'll leave it to you, but I would hope that these licenses would be renewed subject to confirmation, because I don't think it was through any fault. There may be a couple that owe tangible tax, but at least my client doesn't. But anyway, so I just wanted to mention that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're a step ahead of you with those. Tom, is there anyone online for public comment?
There is no public comment online.
Okay, I'll be closing out public comment now then. Okay, next on the show cause, the Victorine license for Alexis Pizza and Pasta LLC doing business as Campanella's. I'm going to ask for a motion to hold this matter over for 2 months.
So moved.
Any discussion? Vote.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri,
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda under show cause is entertainment license for Nelson Mack located at 7 Haven Avenue. This was brought to me by the fire department, actually. If the fire marshal would like to come up and speak, and if there's anyone from the business would like to speak afterwards, state your name and your address and come up to speak. And the solicitor would also like to speak on this matter.
Before the fire inspector testifies, Heather, mind swearing him in, please?
I do. Amin Nakat,
Fire Marshal, City of Cranston. So for the last probably month or so, the captain of my division, Captain Scott Weller, he's been working pretty closely with them to getting some of their violations taken care of that have accumulated over the last year, and they got probably 98% of them done. The last one that they're working on now is their electrical panel. They had a leak, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago, could even been more, where there was water leaking into the electrical panel, so it's got some rust in it, which could cause arcing. So we just don't feel safe opening it to people coming in there right now and giving them their license until that's done. They have an electrician that came in, looked at it, he gave him a price, and he should be pulling a permit by the end of this week and getting all that done, and they should be up the top once that's done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions, I'll still be here.
Thank you. Solicitor, did you want to speak?
Well, the applicants, they're here.
Do you
Please
guys want to
step
come
up,
up to the
please.
microphone?
Heather, would you mind swearing them in, please?
Gary Crum, CRUM.
James Burnham, Burnham.
So, gentlemen, which one of you wants to speak first in regard to my questions? Mr. Crum?
Yep.
Okay, sir. So as you know, you received a cease and desist letter. I myself personally sent that out, but more importantly, right now our clerk's office is in a bit of disarray, but I know for a fact that for the past several months that many efforts have been made by our clerk's office to notify you that you needed to renew, or I don't even recall if this is renewal or a brand new entertainment license, but all of those efforts were ignored. Okay, so now we find ourselves in a position where it comes to the attention of the committee that you're offering entertainment and you don't have an entertainment license. That's a big problem, okay? That's the same thing as not having a liquor license and serving liquor, not having a victualling license and serving food. It's a question of health and safety. And as the fire marshal just testified, there is a health and safety concern at your place of business. Until and unless, okay, you resolve this issue, you come into the clerk's office, you pay and file what you're supposed to. You come back in front of this committee and they approve it. You cannot offer entertainment at your location. Are you clear? Are we clear about that?
Now we're clear, correct.
Okay, I just want to, and I don't want to come across as, you know, a bad guy or anything like that, but you need to understand that this is a serious issue. And I, through the chair, I'll be asking the police department to just do spot checks to make sure that, you know, you are complying with that representation. No one wants to prevent you from, you know, doing this, but it has to be done the right way. Okay, there are reasons why we have these licensing schemes, and they're mostly, well, they're not mostly, they are for one reason and one reason only, to protect the public. So we can't have you offering entertainment when you've got some serious shortcomings that need to be addressed. So I just want to make that clear, because if, and this is not a threat, please don't take it that way, it's just a reminder or an admonition, whatever you want to call it. If you're caught offering entertainment without the license, that's going to trigger some pretty severe consequences, fines, revocation. It won't only affect your entertainment license, it could affect your other licenses as well, because they're all intertwined. If you violate conditions of one, that's a separate ground to take action on your other licenses. So we just want to be clear.
Understand.
Okay,
Yep.
So the sooner you take care of that, sooner you come back here. This committee is as reasonable as it gets. I'm confident that if you take care of these issues and resolve them, that they're going to grant you your entertainment license. So it's, the ball is entirely in your court.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any
Yep.
questions?
No, I just want to
and-
clarify something. This means them holding entertainment or anyone that rents their hall also cannot have a DJ or entertainment.
Yeah, see this is where it gets a little convoluted. Now, the courts have defined entertainment and there are definitions. When we say entertainment, we don't mean people watching television, even like a jukebox, things like that is not considered entertainment. But if you bring people in from the outside, if you have a DJ, if you've got things like that, that's considered entertainment. Okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean you have to have the lights out and you know, everybody just sits in the dark and, you know, barely acknowledges one another. It doesn't mean that. But it means if there is going to be some type of an event, okay, whether it be a private party or something like that, where there's going to be entertainment, that you can't do, okay?
Understandable, yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Wait a minute, what did you want to ask?
So I just want to clarify that. So I just want to clarify, us as the establishment, we cannot knowingly bring a DJ in. But if we rent our hall to somebody and we don't know about it, is that still considered?
yes, it is, and because think about it, that would be the same thing as saying, we don't have a liquor license, but when we have somebody come in and they just set up a bar and they start serving liquor, it's your place of establishment. So the establishment needs to have the license. Also, it would be, think of how easy it would be for people to skirt that requirement, if you think about it. All they would have to do is say, well, it's not me, it's the third party that's doing it. No. So you're responsible for whatever takes place inside that building. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Are you renting out the apartments upstairs yet?
One of them.
Oh. We want you to succeed. We want to see this a great establishment. We've worked hard with you. I'm sure once you pass your safety inspection, we'll probably hear it that day. We have a great relationship with our fire department. And then you'll also go into the clerk's office. The clerk's office is understaffed right now, but we'll all work together. I do have another meeting the end of next week or the week after. Like, we're not gonna have to wait a full month if you get this done. I believe my next meeting is the 11th, but with that being said, it has to be posted for 48 hours ahead of time.
Okay.
So it's not something I can just say, oh, you called me today, let's meet tonight. We have state laws and regulations, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. And thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, next on my agenda is the Class B liquor license new for you Dumpling Cranston. They have asked to postpone this to the July 6th meeting. Could I please have a motion to postpone this?
Motion to continue to
Second.
July.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, next on my is the Class C liquor license. This is a new liquor license for KJ Amore Venue LLC located at 1016 Park Avenue. Is anyone here from that business tonight? Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion to hold that till the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next up is the Victorin license, a new one for the U Dumpling Cranston LLC, doing business as Ugly Dumpling. They have asked to postpone that until Monday, July 6th. Can I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri. Wait, did I already say her?
Yes.
Did I call you first? Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, under new matters before the committee, if everyone can just take a moment to look at those, we don't need to vote on anything. Just want to make everyone aware. Is the This is a new one. Bailey Thai Casino located at 741 Oakland Avenue. Looks like everything is in order. Could I please have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri. Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is Fine Convenience located at 1015 Narragansett Boulevard. Could I please have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan. Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda, Cigar Lounge located at 100 East Street. Could I please have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next on the agenda, Green Life Nutrition located at 1267 Cranston Street. Could I please have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, as we go into the license renewal tonight. Normally, we no longer approve subject to. We're making the exception tonight because we believe the businesses have come in with good faith. The ones that have not will not get their license issued. Okay, so we're gonna start with Delta Auto Body located at 1398 Park Avenue. It says, I would like a motion to approve this subject to all taxes being paid.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Councilman Wall.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I make a suggestion? Just in the interest of saving some time here, I think what you could do is, if you're so inclined, is take the remaining 2 through 7 as a block. Okay, that would be the first thing. And then the motion would be to grant all of the renewals with the proviso that the ones who indicate they owe taxes are subject to paying those taxes, so it would be kind of a two-part motion. But then, because I'm looking at B, and there are many, many renewals there, we'll be here all night. So I'm thinking that might be the quicker way to do it.
Instead of doing a roll call vote, could I say all those in favor?
Well, we're gonna do it, first you're gonna take as the block, okay? And then someone's gonna make the motion in the second to approve the block in 2 phases. The businesses that don't owe any taxes are automatically renewed. The ones that do owe taxes are renewed subject to payment of those taxes. That's all. And then you take one vote and you do the whole block.
Is that 3 through 7?
I think it's 2 through 7.
2 through 7? Would
So
you
we'll
like
start
me to
with
make-
9A, 2 through 7.
So can I say it, Chair? You want to say it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Make the move.
All right,
Uh,
so a motion to take 2 through 7 as a block, approving those who owe taxes subject to and approving the others with no exception.
Correct.
So moved.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
This is for the block
No,
now,
yeah.
just to take
Yep.
it as the block. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, we cannot take it with eyeball. Those-
Okay, clerk,
It's
can I have a roll
yeah,
call vote?
This is to take the motion as a block. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri. Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Motion to approve that block.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
So now we can do the same thing, take a motion and a second to take all the items under category B, 1 through
You just see-
27, it looks like. Well, okay, yeah, and then we could do, because I believe Councilwoman Zeri wants to recuse from those two. Okay, that's fine. 9 and 18? With the exception of 18.
Okay, under B, auto repair licenses, I would like to take them as a block, all except for 18. I'm asking for a motion to approve the block.
So moved.
A motion to take as a block, not approve.
Take as a
Take the block. Take as a
So
block.
moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next, I'm asking for a motion to approve all that have everything and the ones subject to tax approval to be approved when they pay the taxes and get that approved.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Baziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan. Council President Wall.
Yes.
And number 20, Pawtucket, nope,
Number 18.
18, Park Ave Auto Sales and Services. Councilwoman Vaziri, do you have something to say?
The councilwoman is just going to recuse just for this one renewal.
Okay, no problem at all.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk may have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri recuses.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. All right, now C, used car dealer license renewals. I'm asking to take as a block 1 through 13.
Motion to take them as a block 1 through 13, used car license renewal.
Second.
Oh, 1 through 13 as a block with the exception of number 9.
So moved. Madam.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve 1 through 13 with the exception of 9. And the ones that are still subject to approval of tax, once we receive that, they can have approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Number 9, Park Avenue
Wait, we
Auto
gotta take
Sales.
19. You gotta take 9, right?
Number 9.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Just doing number 9.
Number 9, Park Avenue Auto Sales and Services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bazari.
She
Recuses.
Recuse.
she recuses, yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Employment agency renewals. This is more just notifying us, Car Works staffing, located at 105 Saconaset Crossroads, Suite 114. It does say vote may be taken, so I may have approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Council Trafficante. Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Okay, the next one's the firework vendors. I'm a little confused though. It's E 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it looks like a Scrivener's error, so.
Could I please have a motion to take 1, 2, 3, and 1 that should be 4 as a block?
So moved.
Second.
Could I please have a motion to approve the block?
So moved.
Or should
Second.
then discussion?
Let's,
Any discussion? Could I have a roll call vote on the block?
take as a block,
To take as a block.
yes,
All right, 2 separate motions.
yes. Take as a block is first,
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Motion to approve the block.
Second.
Any di- You second, Trav?
Yes.
Okay, no discussion. Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Next one's F Mobile Food Establishment Renewals. This is information only. Hope everyone got a chance to look at it. Doesn't look like anyone provided us the monthly schedules. Hopefully next month we will have them. Next communication, there is none listed. Next would be licenses approved, subject to not yet issued. I hope everyone got to click on that. Next month, I will ask for the printout to be attached to the safety service agenda. And if there's no more business, I'm asking for an adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor, say aye. All those not, say nay.
All right.
Aye. How much time? You ready to go?
At this time, I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Today is Monday, June 1st. It is 9:34 PM. Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
At this time, I'm gonna move down to public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on docketed items only, please step up to the mic. Anyone in the audience that'd like to speak on docketed items only? Finance Committee? Seeing none. Clerk, is anyone online that would like to speak on docketed items only?
There is no public comment online.
At this time, I'd like to close public comment. Moving down to Tax Assessment Board of Review, there's nothing there as well. Moving on to advice and consent of Mayor Hopkins' nomination of Richard J. Green as Assistant Fire Chief. I entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Director, if you could please speak on behalf of this. Oh, Director Strong.
Director Moretti asked me to speak in behalf of Mr. Green. He's been a long-standing fireman. He's met all the requirements, and it's the recommendation to approve his advice and consent.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Haroy.
I'd say Cranston is very lucky to have Rick Green in this position. He came from another department many years ago. He's a great firefighter, great asset. He's a great person for us to talk to. Of course, not without Director Moretti's approval. He's a great family man. We're just very lucky to have somebody like him, this position.
Mr. President, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, listen, I don't want to belabor the point. I agree with everything that the council vice president said. He's an asset to our fire department, and he's very dedicated to Cranston's citizen.
Councilman Trafficante.
Ditto.
Councilman Ritz.
Ditto.
Councilwoman Graziano.
There you go.
I'd like to thank the new fire assistant, Mr. Green, who's been always an asset to the community. So congratulations. With that,
Thank you
clerk,
for
please take a
staying
roll.
late. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bazari.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ryan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Pass. Congratulations. Moving on to council member communications, President Wall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Strom, if you would, I know we've talked an awful lot about the budget. This evening, we have two items on the docket this evening. I think probably not going to go into a lot of questions because we had a lot of budget questions. There is a concern that right now we're still trending towards a $9.1 million deficit. This is just things I observed. I did write some notes, but somewhere it's gone in all this thing. So be happy about that. I am pleased to say, though, I mean, if I go down, I gotta say, the school department looks like they have a small trickle right now. On there, so that's a good sign for the whole city. That is good. But can you elaborate on anything? I know last time you had told us you were approving all purchase orders yourself, and it's not shade on what you're doing, but knowing that the tax revenue is in this quarter, I did expect the change to be different. It's only about $1.4 million, $1.3 million from the last monthly report. But I'd certainly be willing to hear anything you have to say.
So I believe last month, it was over $10 million surplus. It's dropped to 9.1. It's trending down. We still, I don't believe, know for a fact that April 30th of this report doesn't include the tax sale, which generated some revenue. Also, it didn't include motor vehicle revenue that we get in from the state. So I ran a report today just to see how expenses, and this is not your final report, but through last Friday, we had 316 million in collections revenue. Tax collection is excellent. Right now, it's 99.33 for the whole month ago, so we should meet budget figure, if not exceed it. Our expenses are $325 million, so it's over budget from our revenues by approximately 9 million. But there's also encumbrances too that I have to include of $1 million that I'm working on to reduce or eliminate. So it'll be my goal to end the fiscal year as best we can I would say it's gonna range around 9 million.
And just going into it, if I recall, approximately our revenues were, if I was mistaken, down about $2 million. Approximately 2 million, and our expenditures were about 7.1 in the whole. That's a
correct.
rough estimate, and I did write them down in my notes, and I'm not gonna ask you.
No, you're
So that
correct.
seems to be about where the deficit is coming from.
Correct. It's 2
Um,
million in revenue at this point. Well, that's through April. And it's 7 million in expenditures over through April.
Where we are.
Yeah.
The other question I would have is, and I know Councilman Traficant is gonna have a question on any of the debt service that may be represented. The other question I might have is two of them. One, are the figures regarding, listen, this is one I've been stuck on, the various buyouts that we have. Are those figures represented in this monthly report? I would figure they would be. I can't seem to find.
Not in April's, but definitely in.
They'll be in the
the
month
next
May
one.
one. Okay.
Because it all, I have to tell you right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, in May, under my budget, which is where severance hits, and that's where these buyouts are.
Right.
Currently, and there may be some more. Budgeted figure was 200,000. It's up to 390 right now, so I'm 190 over in that line item.
So the
So that-
buyout,
Yeah,
is that all the buyouts?
yeah, that's just, that's the
390?
bulk of them.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if there's any more. I would say that's the,
It's pretty close to
90%,
being
yeah.
exhausted.
yep.
Okay. I'm gonna relinquish my time since we've been here an awful lot long tonight, but thank you for that. Actually, the chairman, he'll call you.
Councilwoman Hooray.
It's just a quick request. I know we all look at this when we get it in the email, but if this is going to be on every month's agenda, could we please have it on the screen here too, so it's enlarged, so we can all be looking at it?
Oh,
Because
sure.
we don't get the attachment with our packages, and it would be good to have it here on the screen each month.
And I'll take that response. I didn't send it. No. I could send it next time.
Tom, that would give you.
Oh, Tom, he does have it. Oh, that's right, 'cause it's on the agenda, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't- Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Trafficant.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in the budget session, I mentioned the fact about the capital budget. We're finally going to have an opportunity to review all capital projects before they're approved. And I'm not casting dispersion upon the city council, but many times we don't give enough attention to our bonding, the impact upon our budget, upon our bonded indebtedness, and the impact it has upon our operating budget. We just don't give enough attention to it. And I've asked, I spoke to the finance director prior to the meeting. I asked him to basically give us a quick rendition of our bonding, of course, and our bonding and indebtedness. And I'd like to have him also explain what the bonded indebtedness was, let's say 2 years in 23, 24 as compared to the current year, and the substantial increase that it has been, and the critical nature of retiring debt in terms of before we incur new debt. So with that. I'll turn it over
With
to
that,
Finance.
Mr. Mayor, if the director would like to explain that, please do.
We have a spreadsheet that shows the actual bonded debt service requirements in every fiscal year. And this goes from 2026, 27, all the way through to 2049. And what we try to do is we try to eliminate some of the bonding when they mature before we add additional bonding. So it's usually about a 2 to 3 year period. And when it comes to bonding, what we do is we generate a document. It goes to the State House. It gets approved and it goes on the ballot. Now that's only for bonded authorization. That does not necessarily mean you have to bond for that. Before we bond for actual dollars, the city council would have to approve the project and the amount of the bonding that we're going to be going for. But we need the authorization to be able to do that, to come before the council to bond. Now, we could have bonds up to $10 million, let's say. I think this year, it came to a total of $51 million. Does not mean we're gonna bond all 51 million. We may bond 2 million in highway this year, some money, like 20 million for the school. So, but before we do, as I stated, it will come before the council for their approval.
Can you give us a quick explanation as to what the increase of bonded indebtedness was from the previous year to the current year?
Yeah. Last year, the bonded debt service was 8,341,000 in principal, 5.5 million in interest. This year, in this year's budget, let me tell you the page it's on. $1,700. It's on page 21, right at the bottom. You'll be able to see that 6,935,000 in principal. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and 5,556,000 in interest. So between the two, you're looking at approximately 12,500,000 as opposed to last year, 13 million. And the figures that were in the budget for last year do not correspond to what's on this debt service schedule. And that's why there's if you look, there will be a shortfall when you see the report.
Anyone else? Seeing none, moving on to debt service discussion. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
There was no fourth quarter transfers yet, no. There was no fourth quarter transfers as of yet.
And I didn't have my light on, so I asked if there were fourth quarter transfers and he just answered. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. I'm all set. I yield.
All right, moving on, Director Strom, I don't know if you know anything about the pilot money for the Howard complex. My understanding is it hasn't been assessed in quite a few years. So I don't know if you are the person we could talk to about that, or should we just move it on to next month?
I saw that on the agenda and I spoke to our tax assessor today. And he basically said we're capped at 27% of what value would have been for that particular location and facility for hospitals, prisons, and higher education. And he did say to me that there's been a proposal by the governor for a new hospital up in the Howard complex. So he said he would have a better idea, and when he gets the figures from the state by mid-July, they provide a report for him showing him which entities are part of the pilot program. In addition, there's I wanted to let the council know that I believe there was 12 parcels, because we've been doing some negotiating and checking with Jay Wales on what they have. There was 12 parcels. There's only 5 remaining that's eligible for pilot. So we're having further discussions with them to generate hopefully more revenue for the city that's not generated any revenue for a number of years now.
Thank you, Director. So we'll circle back with you in August. With that, anybody else have anything? No. With that, I may entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We are adjourned.